We ain't good, but we still good. Vito, baby. Usually, you know I never double back. And you're probably somewhere happy, getting your life on track. But when something's good, it's good, baby, that's a fact. Girl, I still have you on my mind, and I must confess, ooh-wee, can't nobody do my body like you do me. Girl, every time that I went down, I made it juicy. You did what you did, I did what I did. But every time we linked back up, it was a movie, yeah. Right one, wrong time. But I'd be lying if I said we didn't have a time. Ooh, it body some pressure. And though we ain't together, I want you to know that I can still pull up. And I hate that we didn't make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can wish you better. We ain't good, but we still good. I realize that I can be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We ain't good, but we still good. It's obvious, girl, that circumstances change. You got a man, I got a girl, all the same. I'm not trying to come and overtake your lane, but the fact you text me back, it says you're entertained. Ooh,
yeah.
I've been trying to run into you since you moved here. And if you got time, just hit my line as soon as the...
Just the lovely sounds of SPWD Speed, bringing it to you on a Sunday night.
Try it again, started as friends, girl, you had the right one. Wrong time.
Wrong time, huh?
I said we didn't have a time. Ooh, it body some pressure. And though we ain't together, I want you to know that I'm trying to pull up. And I hate that we didn't make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can wish you better. We ain't good, but we still good. I realize that I can be your lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you when you find another. We ain't good, but we still good.
Still good, huh? Hope everybody had a good Sunday. You know what I mean? Try to get back. Where you trying to get back, huh? SPWD Speed, bringing it to you all the way live. your Sunday with. And I'm serious about that. Got Monday coming up. Well, you know it, it'll be the first of the year. Time is moving. Especially when you get over 25. Time still be trying to like run you down. Well, you know it, you'll be 45.
Sister Ali, welcome to I Never Knew TV. Right? Glad to have you.
Thank you.
Glad to have you. All right. So I want to start off and ask, where did you grow up, and what were your parents like as parents and husband and wife?
Now, you know, when I'm not important like that, and all my history and everything. I grew up actually here in Cincinnati, and my parents were good people. They were mentally dead. They didn't know the truth, so they taught me what they knew. But I was well taken care of. My father was an engineer, and my mother was a homemaker in white people's house.
Where did the idea come from to create the book, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman? And did the wisdom in the book come from literature or just life observations?
Well, I got the idea. I had written a book in 1985. Oh, these all seem so long time ago. But anyway, I had written a book called How Not to Eat Pork, A Life Without the Pig. Okay? And I was going around with that, taking a microscope, showing the people how to kind of worm, look at the muscle and the brain. You know, and I was, you know, like I said, I've always been an activist of some kind, trying to do something for us. And I noticed that the men were saying, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you know, I'm going to get with that, da-da-da. And they were more in agreement. And the sisters were, he gonna eat what I cook. I've been cooking it, he been eating it, and my grandma ate it, and she's still here. She ate it, you know. And I said, wait a minute, what's happening here? And that happened a few times. Not a lot of people, but a few times that caught my ear. And I said, now we are withholding the proper food from the black man, and food is what sustains life. What else are we withholding that is affecting his development and success? And so then I started looking at us, which had not been done, because prior to me writing The Black Man's Guide, and it was released in March of 1990, I wrote it in 1989, but was that we did not want to take too much any accountability for the condition of our families and the failure of our families and undisciplined children, everything. And because then everything was blamed on the black man. You know, he ain't this, he ain't in the house, he ain't paying this, he not working, he not whatever. With us negating the fact that he was under, you know, you all were under a terrible system. You didn't have anything going. You were still held back by your color, not your ability. And I didn't like that, because I had a wonderful husband. And I had great sons as a result of that. And I did not want you all to continue to function without really knowing us like we thought we knew you. Okay? We had support in every negative idea we had about every black man. Okay? And the black man you see now is not the black man of the 50s and 60s and 70s. Okay? They have grafted you all in a way. You all are whole new different people than the kind of men we knew. Okay? But at any rate, I wanted to just study us and look at that. And so I got it from traveling, interviewing people, and the foundational principles of what makes success in a relationship, and from myself, and just a lot of different, you know, aspects of life. I started, you know, gathering that information. It was there all along. The Black Man's Guide is not a surprise. It's just the first time y'all seen it in print. Yeah, ain't no surprises in that.
And all right, so everything you learned from the book about not eating pork, you applied to this book in regards to marketing, how to get everything done?
Well, of course, you know, all of the worlds have a joining on, especially with knowledge. You can, you know, go from one step to the other, lead you to the other. Diet is very important. Diet is the reason that we are overweight, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, high cholesterol, liver disease. Now we're getting a whole thing on kidney disease. You know, a lot of these things we have developed from bad diet. We don't know what we're eating. We're the only people in America who don't have a food chain. And when I say that, I don't mean stores. We don't have a food path. The Asians, they have stores. They have food in there that's got their language. We don't even know what's in the can if it ain't no picture of it. They created that. We even have Africans here who have food that they have brought in from the East and from South Africa that they are able to sell here, that they manufactured. They brought it in, however. And of course, the Latinos, the Mexicans, all of them have their own food. We can't even, as I say, read a lot of the labels. And so everyone here has a food path except us. Our only food path is to get it from them. Okay, white people even get a lot of their food, you know, out of Italy and a lot of places over there in Europe. But we don't have any place, we don't get along with the Africans, and they don't get along with us. They've been taught to hate us and dislike us and think we're a fool, and we've been taught we don't like their attitude. They act like they're superior, you know, because we're walking around talking about we are African Americans. We're not African Americans. We are American Africans. This is how an African look that's been indoctrinated with all the nonsense of America. This is how an African looks when they have been robbed of their God, their politics, and their principles. We are a result. This is what it looks like. Okay? Honorable Elijah Muhammad teachings, the first thing it does is dignify you. And it does teach you superiority because you are superior. We don't have to pretend that we're not superior, certainly the black man. Because by you all accepting that you are less, and they have made it almost illegal. That's one of the things they said against the messenger, is that he teaching racial superiority. Absolutely, they teach it. And if they didn't teach racial superiority, then how come they don't say that Jesus is black or Chinese or Latino? They made him white like them. That's the supreme racial superiority that they tricked us with. Yeah, but the church give us an activity that we think we're doing for God. The church give us something to do. The church give us what the messenger called the imagination of truth. It lets us dream of something when we know good and well what he taught is that nobody's interested in the affairs of man but another man. All right? And he told us that if Jesus or any of the people that they say they believe in came down here, or if an angel, if a human being came down here with wings on their back and somebody floated down out of the clouds or did any of that, we wouldn't run up to them and say, oh, Lord. We would run away from them. Okay? And the white people would try to kill them. They would shoot him. That would be the first thing. Oh, no, we're not having none of that. And then, so we have been taught to look at things in such a ridiculous way. It's just absurd.
Since you brought up Christianity, I had a question I want to ask before we get back to the book. I heard you say, I don't know if it's in the book, I heard you in an interview say, you said these preachers or leaders, Christian leaders, are not praying for people, they're preying on them. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't remember saying that, but I'm sure you paraphrase in some kind of way. It's like a lot of the so-called ministers and preachers and different people we got out here, they're not teaching you to worship God, they're teaching you to worship them. Okay? God don't need money in that way. And there has never been a God recorded that lived in high riches like all of the people that say they represent God do today. It's not a necessity. Okay? In fact, when you really are strong in your faith, you don't even want a lot of material things as proof that you are in contact with God. You know, the blessing is survival. The blessing, the supreme blessing, is peace, which is something we don't have. We don't have peace. We're not even familiar with it, other than saying peace or peace and love and things like that. But as a way of life, as to practice it in our homes and over our children so that we can model a new idea, that's the only way to change a people. You change their idea. You don't have to change their environment. You don't have to charge them nothing. You don't have to join no group. Just change your idea. And the rest of all of you will get in line with that, and you will be successful in whatever that idea is. Now, that idea can be robbing a bank. That idea can be murdering somebody. But if you get in agreement in your mind to do it, it can turn out all kinds of ways. So we should get in agreement in our mind to practice doing things a different way, to raise our children a different way, and stop treating the children like they are a burden, you know, and that they are in the way, and all that talk about the children are the future. Well, we looking at the future now. Do we like it? No, we don't like it. Our children are savage running the streets. We've let them get raised up on all the nonsense on every media that we could afford to buy them. That's not anything we're proud of. They're very ignorant and disrespectful and embarrassing, and most of us are afraid of them because they're so savage. They have no predictability. I had a high school ask me to come and speak to the seniors because that one book I have, Things Your Parents Should Have Told You, it was required reading in a lot of schools. And we don't have an alternate plan. There's a few good brothers out here with some schools now for black boys especially. Okay. We need that. We need them for the girls. And that's another thing I want to mention. We need to start letting our little boys play with dolls. Now this is a campaign that I'm trying to get started. They need to play with dolls because we got young men out here and older men that the child interrupt a video game, they knock it out with their fists. They beat them, they kill them, they don't know how to discipline them physically, they go too far, they punching them with their fists. They're doing a lot of things to these babies, taking their frustration out on them and anger out on them because they don't relate to it, they don't know how to deal with it. So we tend to just teach motherhood as if that's all you need, while on the other hand, we talk about you need the father in the home, when we don't consider teaching you all fatherhood. There ain't no magic in none of it. We have to be taught everything. And so if we teach the father how to relate to the child and the baby, maybe he'll do a little different. We can't just teach the mother how to be a mother, and if the father don't know it. And that slip, that got past me too. Why do we think that you all automatically have that? You've been up under the same slave master's grandchildren and great-grandchildren and enemy that we have been under. So we have all been affected in our way of thinking. We're not doing things like we used to do them. And so we're not getting that result anymore. It's too many variables. We have allowed too much to get into our children's head. And we have let them see bad models. Children cursing their parents out, fighting their parents, doing all of those kind of things. You know, that hasn't worked. And so people say I'm old school. Now, I'm on the system that worked. The one we got now has not worked, is not working, and will not. We have to be able to have some input into those kind of things. We got young people now that don't even know personal hygiene. So whose responsibility is it to teach that?
That's a big thing. I taught in public school.
Yes,
in Philly for
yes,
years,
absolutely.
And like people don't acknowledge that kids don't know basic hygiene.
The girls or the boys?
And they're not taught. You know.
No. And you know, and we have some other sexual things that are going on. You know, life, everything is a trend. Okay? And we jump on trends because we don't have no self, and so we can mimic everybody. That's why we do so good in all of them pictures. Will Smith was Muhammad Ali. Jamie Foxx was Ray Charles. You know, we can turn into anybody because there's nothing in there for us to hold on to as a base. Okay? That lack of knowledge of self, God and the devil, has left us, you know, we're just blind, deaf, and dumb in the sense. Not dumb like stupid. We the smartest people here. But dumb and not being able to speak or hear or talk about things that make sense and are good plans. Okay? And right now, in looking on the internet, you have adult black women shaking their naked behinds to the camera. Okay? This is the kind of desperation that we have for the black man who we say we can't get along with, okay? But everything that we do is to attract you. However we dress, however raunchy, whatever it is to attract you, okay? Whatever kind of makeup, hair, long hair, fingernails, anything artificial that we add to ourselves is because of our low self-esteem and low value for ourselves. And we think we have to have something made by somebody else to adorn ourselves with to get your attention. It all leads back to you. God is a man. All right? Everything leads back to you, even if we're fighting you. Okay? We want y'all way more than you want us. You all don't. We make it seem like it's the opposite way. Okay? But the desperation that we live in because of our loneliness and not being able to mate, even intellectually.
From what I understand, you spoke to Kevin Samuels numerous times, and he acknowledged your work as being an inspiration for his views about relationships in our community, right? Did you agree with Kevin Samuels' approach?
No, I didn't agree with Kevin Samuels. He agreed with me. And he was always so respectful to me. And we were getting ready to do something though. We were going to do a big thing in Atlanta. And then he went and died. So I guess that wasn't supposed to happen. But, Kevin, the book woke him up and it gave him the courage to discuss and address these things since I had did it and had put out the blueprint. And so he was a bit crude. I had told him I didn't think he would be successful because of how he was going about it. But he told it the way he saw it, and he was not successful. He was successful in his platform, getting hundreds of thousands of people, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people were, tuning in to hear him and his comments. But I don't know. I'm sure it benefited some of the women because it put us in check about what we think our overrated value is. Okay, and we think we have a greater value because we think that we are in charge of sex. Okay, and most men will just about do anything or go along with anything if they think that. Well, that's changing. Okay, that is not all completely the way it was. This is the thing I wanted to mention, and I don't usually talk about this. When I say that we're living in trends, the messenger talked about when we get out of control or too savage that we live in a beast life. Okay. Our younger people, that children of the future there, are living somewhat of a beast life. Because the new trend now, and I only know about this because they put it out there in the public on the Instagram and the internet and on the Facebook and everything. One of the things that scientists say separates the humans from the animals is that humans mate face to face. Animals mate from the rear. Well, it's popular now that that's what they're all doing, mating from the rear and doing all kind of other distasteful things and calling it sex. That's a bad sign. Okay. There's a different connection, as we all know, of face-to-face than another kind of way. People are getting hurt. They're choking each other. They're spitting in each other's mouth, doing all kind of things that would never, ever have been considered as sexual pleasure. There's something wrong in that. I don't know how long they're going to be practicing that, and they're even doing oral sex in people's anus and their behinds, all kind of stuff, crazy stuff. And I'm talking about it because we need to know, and we need to start trying to teach something differently. Okay, that's not no love. That's not no showing of love. That's something crazy. And the girls are accepting it. Young women are being choked, or somebody spitting in their mouth. All kind of insanity things, and they calling it sex. That ain't no sex. I don't know what kind of beast life that is, but that's another trend that I hope passes, because that's taking it to such a low level. Where can it go after that? And how long then will generations think that that's affection? So that's a very bad sign, I think. And that the young women think that that's natural, as I said, that they going along with this, and that the men are tiring really of them at all. They don't even want to look at them. And I'm concerned about that, and I think we all should be.
I just wanted to touch on the Kevin Samuels thing one more time. Do you believe he helped bring interest into your works with a new generation?
No, I don't think so. I think it just, it was so personally, individually critical. I don't think that ever helps. I think you have to be civilized in your asking and telling. And I don't think that that kind of overly criticism of an individual, each person individually, no, that does not help, especially publicly. As I said, we already got low self-esteem. And that don't mean build us up on some false bravado. I don't mean that. But I mean, we just have to be more gentle with each other. We are damaged creatures.
Let me reword it. I apologize. I wanted to ask, do you think his work brought more attention to your book? With a new generation, with a younger generation that probably didn't know about
I'm
your
not
work.
sure. See, the other thing is, remember, we're in a society where they're teaching against reading. All right, everybody either want to hear it or see it. So reading is not as popular. So I'm not sure if it worked that way. My sales have been impacted on a lot of things. You know, that must be 50 books out called The Black Man's Guide and The Black Woman's Guide. You know, so many people have copied, you know, my title. So I'm not sure it worked that way. I'm still selling books, and he's still, I'm sure, there's still brothers out there now trying to take his place. So that's just, you know, the way that turned out. He got me, I think, more attention for me, toward me as a writer, as a sister, you know. But I know my place in the world, and I'm just a woman. That's not an insult. That's not a put down. But I am not a man. See, God is a man. You represent God. And I tell black women, the closest you may ever get to God is being with a black man. Because he looks more like you than me. And we have so many things out here affecting our respect and image of self. That's the other reason black women don't want to believe that the black man is God, because they think the black man they know ain't nothing, and that y'all ain't nothing, so there ain't no way you could be God. In fact, you have some brothers who have surrendered, and they walking around talking about the black woman is God. Some more absurd, silly nonsense that we waste our time on.
When did that start, this notion that the black woman was God?
Well, they just have surrendered. It can't be me, because I can't do nothing. I ain't got nothing and look like she more successful or whatever. And so we just decide then she must be God. That's what a man do. I don't know no man that would decide that. And I try to correct every brother I run into about that. They think they complimenting me by saying the black woman is God. But I'm not God, and I don't want that job. Okay, I got enough to do. I don't want that responsibility, and I don't have that power.
I wanted to touch on, before we get to the last two questions, I want to touch on something you said where you said black women, they don't see much in black men, right? Mm-hmm. And from personal experience, what I noticed that even if you're, I don't know these terms they use, highly performing, even if you're just a great guy, right? Mm-hmm. They still can't see the greatness in you.
They still what?
They still struggle to see the greatness in you if you're a great person.
Well, as I said, we've been all taught against each other so hard. We have to talk more. Now, that's one thing Kevin did. He got more black men speaking out about their dissatisfaction. Well, dissatisfaction produced change. One of the changes has been more of our men are going offshore seeking other women who they say can know how to act more like a woman. All right? It's like we'll tell a man, everything you do, why don't you act like a man? When you all have never challenged our womanhood, you all have never told us, why don't you act like a woman? It's not in you. But we'll tell you real quick, why don't you act like a man? Well, how do we know what a man act like? Most of us didn't have a father. We didn't have a model. We only saw fathers on television and in movies. And they gave us certain ideas that white people have that they themselves don't live up to. Okay? Their fatherhood is built on them being able to provide. And they kept you from being able to do that so that you could not have that. And that's another reason I say that we have to teach our men how to be fathers, how to deal with babies, how to change a diaper, how to do all of those things. You made that. That's your idea. So you need to be a part of how it's going to be reared and how to handle it. Many of our brothers now ending up with their children because many of our women, sometimes they have them, and then after 5 or 6 years, they decide, I don't want to be no parent no more. And so they giving the child away to the father. And then sometimes the fathers are trying to get their children, and you all have a very difficult time because the enemy don't want you to be able to do that, be involved with that, because they are so used to pretending that they're on our side. They're not on our side. The white woman is not on our side because we also think that she's nicer, it's better to deal with her. That's his mother. She's not on our side.
I was going to ask.
That's his mama.
There is the idea floating around. Guys, I know interracial dating for numerous reasons, so I'm not saying every black man with a white woman has views the white woman as superior. I don't want to say that. I don't know if that's the case, so I won't say that publicly, right? But there is an idea circulating that white women are nicer than black women.
Well, they are, because they haven't gone through what we have. They don't have the history we have. Why shouldn't she be nice? I remember one time I was in New Orleans doing a program, and we came out of this restaurant, and there was a white woman sitting on the curb, middle-aged white woman, and she was begging for change and everything. I said, I'm not giving you nothing. You a white woman. You got everything at your disposal that you could have in this country, and you sitting out here begging. And I told my party, don't give her nothing. I said, y'all just need to get up and go somewhere and clean yourself up and be white, and you'll get something going, all right? If not, if one of these stupid Negroes will get with you, but you got to clean up and do better than that. I say, but so she has certainly a better opportunity. Now, lower class white woman is not going to agree with that. She thinks she's having it as hard as black people. In fact, she thinks we the reason she having it hard, all right? But it's really not like that. That white privilege that they talk about is real. That's very real. And we practice a little of it with each other on the lighter skins and the darker skins. We ate every idea they fed us, we ate it. Even though it was all against self, they taught us to want that. And we still continuing to do that now. We have learned to practice the technology they practice, and so we have distrust of each other. You're gonna trick me, or I'm gonna trick you. Just all kind of nonsense that we cannot dig up out of it until we give them their God back. We can't do it. It's just impossible. You can't hold on to everything that they stand for and then say you're going to make a change, because everything that they stand for is designed to destroy us.
And using our standards based on their standards, I think, is also a big...
Because they're not the same. They're not the same. Your nature's not the same as his. We keep pretending that they're human and have the natural feelings of sympathy and everything. They don't have none of that. It's not in them. You have it in you. Nobody never saved nobody but you. And you have been beat down so discouraged that it's very difficult. But I want you to know that you will be the winner. You are the original man. God didn't make everybody and then make you. He made you first, and everybody was modeled after you on some level. Okay? That's real talk. That ain't to soothe your ego. These are actual facts that if we could get our men to understand and accept. And I know it don't look like it now. I know some of the guys in the gutter. I know some of them in prison. Some of them on drugs. Some of them out here acting ignorant. Some of them pretending to be a woman. But that does not change the foundation of who you are and who made you, who is on your side, and who will pay the enemy back for what he has done to us.
You were saying that one of the greatest threats to black women is loneliness.
Yeah.
Right? Can you elaborate on that more?
Well, once again, you paraphrasing me, but yes.
Paraphrasing.
Because, I tell you, I have to say that.
Paraphrasing.
Because people go around saying I said all kind of things. And I didn't say that, but it was something similar to that, okay? Well, because we can survive without a man. We do. All the time, all over the country, for years. We can survive without sexual intimacy. We can survive. We can make it, all right? But we're not satisfied, okay? I'm not going to say happy, because the word happy is not in the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, so it can't be that important. They've made it important to us because we spend money for happiness, all right? And we think it's everybody pick out what they want to have happiness, all right? But as I said, peace is the number one thing that creates happiness and allows all of the other things to grow and happen. But we're very lonely because of our men being so discouraged right now, okay? Some of our best brothers are in prison, okay? They get a different education there. And we are struggling, of course, with the mental health issues that has been forced on you by living in a hostile environment your entire life, okay? A personal rejection is very, very, that's hard to handle. over the years. You know, many of you have been rejected by your father. Some of you have been rejected even by your mother and the entire society. That's very hard, and we don't consider that. Now, I know right now it looks like we're having a harder time, but we ain't never had as hard a time as you, because the enemy has always tried to take your place and make you look inadequate by giving us everything we need for us and our children to survive. So I looked at the television the other night, and that new guy, that Swarmer Harmony, whatever his name is, that's running in the election, a Republican, he said that many of our women keep the man out of the home so that we can get certain benefits. I'm paraphrasing him, but that's what he said. And that is such a great lie. It was the white man's idea to put y'all out of the house. It wasn't our idea. We tried to keep you in there. We would hide you under the bed, in the closet, anywhere. We weren't trying to separate from you. Plus, if you got a whole project area with a lot of women and children, where do they think them children came from? Okay, there's some men in and out there some kind of way. So, you know, this is a lie that they perpetrated. Now they're going to turn it back on us. This is how it's done. All right. The entire objective is to keep you and me apart. Whatever the risk is, whatever the cost is, they would rather deal with that than allow us to get together. You know, when I was young, they used to say that mafia stood for Mothers and Fathers and Association. I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense. All right. Because you can always do better with a helpmate. You can do better with peace. All right? That's the greatest inspiration. All right? I know how it affects myself. As I've written books over the years, I couldn't do them if anything else was going on. If I was waiting to pay my taxes, or if I had to go to a doctor appointment or something at the school, I could not do anything until completely everything was out of my head, everything calmed down where I was at peace, and and then the ideas could come in. And creativity is like that. As I said, I know that it's like that because it just come into you, and then you have to get it out of you, no matter what it is. You know, we are creative like that. We are just, as an example, the white art museums. There's nothing but nonsense in there. We know it's just pure silliness. That art they talk about as art makes no sense. Their paintings are all, it'll be maybe exactly like something. Now they like that realism because then they don't have to create nothing. Just paint the apple and there it is, and it's already an apple there, you know. But it comes up out of you. You don't have to have that kind of inspiration. If you can get cooled out, it bothers you so long until you have to get it out. This is what creativity, this is how greatness works for us. And so many of us are so talented, so great, so wonderful. And you know, we're different. We really are. Because you can see the way many of us wear our hair, the way many of us have a certain kind of nose, the way many of us wear certain jewelry. That's all different tribes. We wasn't one tribe that came to America. And so we have those things still in us. And we try to express them, even with the long hair. And I know that's, you know, that's not the best thing we need to do, is to put all that different fake stuff in our hair. But who has been the model of beauty for the black woman in America? Who has been the model for hair for the black woman in America? The white woman. So we want our hair like hers. We want to mimic that. That was our model. And we don't, we want to make it black colored hair. But then too, you know, we got slews of black women who have blonde hair, who are getting skin lightness. The self-hate we have been taught, you almost can't, how you quantify that? Okay, and the more false stuff we have on, the more we hate ourselves. That's what that shows. You even got the brothers now getting weaves and getting braids and everything. We are not making the kind of progress we think we are.
What do you say to people who always say we are making progress? People would love to say that. We're making progress. Race is no longer an issue. People are doing great.
What is no longer an issue?
People say race is no longer an issue.
Oh, that's crazy. That's ridiculous.
I know
race is
I know
no
you
longer
heard that
an
one.
issue. Race is the only issue, and everything else just was lined up after that. But I have talked with people who have a similar idea that things are so much better now. Well, it depends on what kind of equation you're setting up. If you're saying that they're not coming to our door at night, pulling us out, lynching us, they don't do that as much. They still do it. They just call it the police and that it's legal. These things are still happening. As I say, we're living in a hostile environment, and a friend of mine once told me, we're trying to normalize our captivity. We're trying to act like it's okay, I'm all right, everything's fine, I got a job, I got an apartment, I got a car, I'm going on vacation, we having a family reunion. What, to celebrate your slave master's name? We can't say that a name is not important. If it hadn't been important, they wouldn't have took it from us. Everything was geared to control us and turn us into a slave for them.
When did you change your name, and how liberating was it?
My first husband, Brother Solomon, named me, and that was in 1967. He said, Sherazade, and I turned around. Okay? He said, that's you. And as the history turned out, as we studied it, Sherazade really means tranquility. Now, I know y'all don't think I'm tranquil, but I am. I really am. And she was the one that wrote the stories. Okay, and at that time, at first I was trying to be a poet, incidentally. Okay, because it's a good way to express you. I advise anybody that wants to do something, write some poetry, but don't try to make everybody else enjoy it. You just write it for yourself. It's the way to purge. And I sent my poetry to the messenger, to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was responsible for my career, me writing all my books and everything. I sent it to him. I was so proud. I sent him about 2 poems. He sent me, at that time, you could write to the messenger. He would answer your questions and send you a letter back.
How did that make you feel when he responded?
Oh, it was just wonderful. Oh, I was just trembling. Of course, I can't find the letter. I was showing it to somebody about 20 years ago, and it disappeared. But at any rate, he wrote me back one line in the letter. He said, Dear Sister Sherazade, I am not concerned with poetry. That was the last poem I wrote. That was the end of that. Oh, I was so embarrassed to myself. And that's in one of our prayers. And that should be in some of all of our people's prayers. We have one line in there that says, I have been greatly unjust to myself. So when we're doing evil, when we're doing something bad, or it may look like physically that we're doing it to that person or some other organization, but you're really doing that to yourself. You don't have to believe in God, because God believes in you. Okay? And we practice certain kinds of evil in private and in public, and we make excuses for doing it. And we're just being greatly unjust to ourselves. Yeah. But back to the poetry. So I didn't write another poem. And then over the years, I decided to do other writing. And that's how I started writing books.
Did you ever try shopping the book around to publishers?
Oh, yeah. I sent with How Not to Eat Pork, I sent it out to about 100 different publishers, and they all told me no. See, at the time that I wrote a book, your book was not considered authentic unless a publisher had enough confidence in you to publish your book. Self-publishing was down. Nobody wanted to do it, and they wouldn't recognize your book in a bookstore. You couldn't sell it to them. I mean, this is how it was. Y'all wasn't around, you don't remember, but that's the way it was. You couldn't do a book. And so finally, one publisher said that they would do my book. But the book, of course, they were a white big publisher, and How Not to Eat Pork. But the book wasn't but $6 then, or $5 or something. And they were going to give me like 50 cents a book. I say, well, then who get the other $5.50? If I'm only going to get 10%, 50 cents per book, and they was going to get $5.50. The devil told me, he said, well, we're going to publish the book. We're going to get your copyright. We're going to get your ISBN number, and we're going to get your Library of Congress number. I wrote down everything he said. I went back to school and studied how to be a publisher. And so then I started paying the printer 50 cents. And I got the $5.50. I was able to mathematically turn that around. Okay? And that got me into publishing because I recognized, and I am, so we can have it on the record, the mother of the Black Book explosion of the 90s. Okay? You can go into any bookstore, any library, and find any black book written by anybody, because the market is flooded now. We're all writing. And all of them will be predated before 1989. And that's not to brag, that's just to set the history straight. Since the people in the publishing business here in America, most of them ignore me because, not because my books are not interesting and good, but because of my topics. They do not accept that because it affects them too. You know, I'm not talking about y'all, I'm talking about us. All right? And so that's how I decided to do my own and become my own publisher, my own publishing company. And of course, it took about 4 or 5 years for the publishing industry to catch up on it. Because at that time, of course, the saying was, and it probably still is, that if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book. Remember that? You know. And so they, I proved that wrong. Because black men across the entire country and all the prisons and all the everything were reading the Black Man's Guide. So I really uncovered a market that I had tried to design to set us up in different businesses, which it did. Hundreds of black bookstores opened up, just selling one book sometimes, my book.
How did it spread across the country? Did you have to go places? Was it just word of mouth? Were you buying advertisements?
A lot of it was word of mouth. Bookstores have, you know, their own group too, like every other business. And so they would tell each other. And I put it in New York first. See, because if you can take New York, you can take anything. Okay. And then I went and appeared at, what's that stage they have up there? Showtime at the Apollo. Okay. They had a radio show with Gary Bird up in the daytime. And so people started driving up in their cars, parking anywhere to come into the auditorium to hear me talking about what I was talking about, you know. So then it started to explode from that. I didn't take my book to white people. They came to me and said, what is going on? Because we were doing something that they were not involved in and weren't in charge of. Did nobody get paid off of my book when it came out but UPS? I had a black printer. I had black people working in my office. You know, my black accountant, everything was black. The only people that was white in my business was UPS because they had to ship the books to all the different places.
Where did your oratory skills come from?
From the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Although in high school, now I was speaking then too, so I had that in me. I didn't know where it came from because I hadn't been around anybody that I had heard, you know, ever talk, and other than say maybe the preacher or something, you know. And my mother was not an avid churchgoer, so we didn't go that much anyway. But I hadn't heard a lot of people talking in that way or getting up, speaking too much. But I was attracted to it because in high school, I was writing plays. If we had a school play,
So you've been doing
I
this.
would write the dramatic play or the comedy. I was writing a lot of comedies. So I was doing some stuff like that. But I didn't know where it would lead you. I guess you don't know, you know, when you start out. But I know I liked books. I would go to the library and I would walk down the rows touching every book. I was not just intrigued with the writing of a book, I was intrigued with the physical components of the book, the cover, the spine, the different things. And I would touch the pages. And I recognized very early on that a book is a canvas, and I didn't have to do it like they did it. And so my books got all kind of drawings and pictures and all kind of stuff in them because I can put, anybody can, you can put anything you want to put on every page.
Give it that flavor.
They don't set the standard. They didn't write no first books.
All right, what was the process like getting on talk shows in the 90s?
I'm not telling y'all all of that. No, I'm not going to tell y'all all of that. So y'all can go harass everybody and trying to get on their show. Nah.
All right.
That's my marketing information.
All right, cool.
Well, we have been taught that. It's like people that don't have shoes. They'll say, I don't like shoes. You know, they don't have no shoes. Ooh, I don't like jewelry. Because they don't have any jewelry. So all of that, I don't need no man, I don't want no man, it's because we don't have no man, okay? And it's hard for us not to have a man because we try everything that we can think of. We wear anything that we can think of. We'll do anything that we can think of to get a man. So those of us who don't have a man, we just have either exhausted all of our ideas, or we have just decided, I'm not doing that just to get no man or whatever, okay? But we all want a man. We all want a man, and most of us all want at least one baby. Those are things that we do want. And we still are laboring under the misinformation that if we can get a man to get us pregnant, that we'll have some kind of hold on him to control him. And that idea has never worked, but we still keep trying it.
That's what I don't understand. Like, people have observed what goes on in our culture, right? But a lot of women still have this idea like they're going to trap a man with a kid.
Yeah, we do. And it's really, as I said, that's one of the reasons men have to be taught fatherhood too. Because the system that we have practiced in this country is that when you quit the woman, you quit the children too. Okay? And because the rules of child support, are so damaging to our men. If, as an example, if a man is making $2,000 a month, take home pay, that's realistic, right here today, okay? And if his child support, if he got 2 or 3 children, or 2, 1, whatever, if his child support is $500 or $600 a month, and his rent is $1,000 a month, see? So it's a non-sustainable system if we want our men to be involved in their children's lives, because our men use a lot of excuses not to pay, even a little bit. Some of our men buy clothes and stuff and they think that's child support. Some of our men just completely disappear. Some of them won't work at all because they know if they work, they're gonna have to pay that money for child support. So that is one of the ways that we kind of get you back, because there are other ways to do that would keep you out of the system and you all would be able to co-parent. However, we need teachings on how to co-parent.
I was going to ask you that.
We don't know how to do that. We don't know how to cohabit with each other. Okay? So we don't know how to co-parent. Anything that's co means unity. We don't know how to practice none of that. Okay? So we need to have teachers or somebody that come up with some kind of program or brochure or something about how to co-parent without the enemy in the middle of it.
Would you be able to provide any advice to anyone in regards to co-parenting? Because people seem to just that anger they have for the other person blinds them in regards to what's important for the child.
Yeah, we'll punish you with the baby. And as I said, I've said this years ago, and it created a new dialogue about it, that if we mad with you, we won't even let you see the baby. If you don't give us money, we won't even let you see your own child. That's not punishing you because you going on about your business. It's punishing that child. That's who's being robbed in the situation. And as an example, I've noticed a trend that when you hear the white women getting pregnant on television and so forth, they'll say, "We're pregnant." I've even heard their men say, "We're pregnant," okay? We say, "Where's my son? Where's my daughter?" Okay? And I know we real tough, but we can't have no baby by ourselves. It's just not gonna. It has never flown in that way. So I think that that's something that we could sit down and just talk about. I know we mad, but we got to do this different or write it to the person. And we especially get angry if you get with another woman, because we'll say, I don't want my child around your other woman. Well, you are more capable to protect the child than we are. You could protect your child better from a woman than we can protect ours from a man. You know, and you have to look out for the daughters and the sons now. It's not just
that's what I learned from
just
teaching.
the little girls anymore, because the situation has gotten just so perverted out here. And our men also don't have the discipline to not be dealing with young girls, okay? But how many behinds can you look at and that turn you on? And so what happens is that our men sometimes, I know I'm talking a lot of different things, but this is important too. A lot of our men are going after the younger girls because she stimulates them more than another sister with her butt out. It's just enough. And every market can get saturated. Okay, the crack market, and what that did to our people, and even now in our schools, we are dealing with the children, great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren of the crackheads of the 80s and 70s, okay? And our children, maybe who we have tried to raise up in a more normal environment, are out here trying to mate with these people that's crazy, emotionally blown, a lot of things. And so that's a problem we're dealing with too, that we're not addressing. We're acting like that this just, we didn't study that because they didn't care about us enough to study that. If it had been their children, they'd have studied that. What is the connection 40 years later to what happened there? These are the people that don't want us to deal with our history. But all they talk about is remember the Alamo, remember Pearl Harbor, remember 9/11. I mean, they want to remember everything. They have a history, and they teach it to their children, and unfortunately, they teach it to ours.
Another topic I want to touch on is this idea that if the woman earns more than the man, she should be the head of the household and make decisions in the household. How detrimental is that?
Oh, of course, that's a problem, because we have been trained and taught that money is God. We respect people more if they have a lot of money. They special.
Regardless of how they got the money or their character.
Yeah, it don't matter. If they got a lot of money, we'll cater to them. In fact, you'll get more gifts and stuff with money than if you don't have no money, because people want to give something to somebody, This seems to be the way it is. I used to travel sometime, and I would have to pack my staff would put a separate box for all the gifts the people in the audience would bring me. That's how we are trained, that you are what you own. Not how you act or what you do, how supportive you are. Just whatever you got that makes you greater and above the people. And that's not good. But we practice, the big I and the little U. The messenger said that in Islam, and it wasn't supposed to be no big I's and little U's. quality.
You feel like, how would I say this? How would people restructure, not restructuring the home, but restructuring their mind frame to understand that despite certain men's inability to make as much as women, they still can lead a household?
Well, there'd be so many other layers of that you'd have to correct, because men have historically sometimes treated us kind of funny if they was the major breadwinner. And so we think that that's the pattern. That's what's been modeled for us, and so we're supposed to do that. And so we behave. But that would have to be a discussion that came up way before then, because sometimes some of them, them leaf raking and boot dusting jobs are gone pretty much. And so if a person has one of them big jobs, you don't have the kind of security that people once used to think they had on a big paying job. You could be let go because so much of it is technical now in a month, in a day, in a week. And your whole lifestyle change because we want to adorn ourselves with the material things that we don't make. We don't get no profit off of it. But we want to adorn ourselves with those things that say, look at me, I'm rich, I'm successful, look what I got. Okay. Many of us have houses way bigger than what we need. That money, we got over 500,000 black children in foster care who need help, who need support. We got several brothers out there now trying to have schools, trying to work with these black boys and the black girls. They need help. We have and I'm not telling nobody to give away everything they got or not to like nice things, but we didn't know there was things that was called nice until they showed them to us, because we don't have nothing. Every school we got is financed by them. Every college we got is financed by them. We don't have nothing compared to a time when we didn't have nearly the kind of money that we got now, when we had our own schools, we had our own railroads, our own law schools, we had our own cemeteries, we had our own stores and service centers and all of those things. And I'm not saying we have to reproduce that now, because white people have made it through their chains of different businesses that it's simpler to go to them. All of it leads back to that we have to do the work for ourselves. And it's nothing that's going to, and I'm going to tell you what we're getting ready to see. All of those people that's coming over here now, the immigrants and so forth, just like a lot of the Asians and Latinos and other people have already done, they come here and in a couple of years, they opening up a business. See, it's not in a vacuum that everybody know how to do something for themselves but us. That was intentional. And it's passed down each generation. When our men start work, we used to work at the post office and be a nurse and work at General Motors. Well, those were big time jobs for us to get the things that they told us was important. And that we liked shiny things, new things. It would take a special groups. The stores that say we had in Chicago, which they call headquarters where the messenger was, we didn't, the Nation of Islam that we have today and all those other different little nations of Islam and Muhammad's temples around the country, they don't have 10% of what the messenger taught us to do in Chicago and in other cities. You had blocks and blocks of Muslim businesses. People trying to do something for themselves that they could control. They knew they had to get up in the morning. They didn't really need nobody to tell them, get up before you be late. When you talk about your job, you don't have to say, yeah, my boss, because you the boss. All of those things. That hasn't been rebuilt. There's a lot of people there, so where the donations going? Where's the money at? What do we have to show for the money? I'm not talking about no big cars for whoever the leader say he is. I'm not talking about big vacations. I'm not talking about all those things. But what do we have to show for what we pay? Everywhere. What do we have to show? All of us can't go into the incense business. You know, we can't all sell shea butter. There are a lot of other things, services that we use. Yeah. But because they took that drive out of us, we don't want to do that. We think it's too far away. And there's people still starting, Ava and them started in the basement of their house. People are still doing that on different things. You know, I didn't have anything but a typewriter and a ream of paper.
You had that fire and you had to teach it.
But if you have an idea and you have the drive and you want to do that, you can do that. The missionary didn't give us nothing to do that's impossible. Okay? And he didn't teach us that you're going to die and come back alive and that one day you're going to see your loved one. No, you're not. I understand that that's easier to believe. One day I'll see you again. We'll be together. No, you're not. Death is the end. The missionary said the only way to avoid death is not to be born. Because if you're born, you're going to die. And you're going back to the earth where everything else came from. Everything that's up here, where we're around, everything in here is just a higher or lower form of life from the earth. That's hard to accept. Because I said it's easy to say one day we'll be together. And well, we don't teach that kind of nonsense. We do not believe in no life after death. Even though it sounds, you know, that's once again some more of that imagination of truth. That's not true. That's not an insult to anybody. It just is not an actual fact.
In your books, interviews, and lectures, you have spoken very highly of Elijah Muhammad. Do you believe the movie Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad's lack of charisma is the reason he does not get the acknowledgement for the great work he did?
I have to see how to answer that. No. One of the problems that we have as a people, and I have this when I travel around this country and outside the country, is that we want knowledge to be entertaining because that's how we've been trained in this country. Remember, one of the first things they had us do was sports and entertainment. And so that's what we want in order to sometimes accept certain information. We want people to wear a certain type of clothes. We want them to, you know, have their hair a certain way, and we want them to sound a certain way, and all of these things, and look a certain way. And so I don't think that the problem, if you're asking about that Malcolm had, okay?
No, I was saying with the movie, because in the movie, the part that they show for Elijah, I always wondered about this. In the movie Malcolm X, right? When it came to Elijah
Muhammad, that
Muhammad,
was a docudrama, brother.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
wasn't history.
No,
that wasn't the truth.
No, I was saying, do you think that hurt his image? Because they didn't highlight the work that he did. They more focused as him being a jealous person. They didn't acknowledge.
You know, that's not true. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't have any reason to be jealous of any of us. And he made Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, Khalid Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, and Shahrazad Ali. Okay, we're the people that our people admire and respect, even though they don't accept what we believe. All right, and since Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave us something to talk about and taught us how to be free to talk and to tell the truth about our history and things here, people think that that means that his charisma or his lack of charisma, those of us who believed his teachings, we didn't look at him in that same way, okay? But as I said, because most of us have been trained for knowledge to come to us as entertainment, that's how we feel. He taught Malcolm and Minister Farrakhan, all of us, to be fabulous talkers. Back in the day, it used to be called rappers, believe it or not. Okay, they say he could rap. In fact, we had Rap Brown, you know, and everything, because we could talk and we had things to say. We had information that the majority of our people didn't have. But Malcolm, like most of us, you know, he had Lena Horne, Red Fox, Sam Cooke, all of them were whispering in his ear, get rid of the old man, you don't need him, you can be great on your own. But he was the teacher. And that's what knowledge, great knowledge does, the supreme wisdom. It makes us think, because the people admire it so much, it makes us start to think that we came up with that idea and that information, and that it is actually ours. And so they were telling Malcolm things and pumping him up on certain ideas that he could be independent and greater than the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm had very low self-esteem. And so his wife was not good to him. She had put certain charges on him just in their private life, and he would write to Honorable Elijah Muhammad about those issues. And there's some letters floating around out there now about his problems with his wife and him not being able to understand certain things in relationships. He was no different than the rest of us. He was a great speaker. I'll never take that from him. Muhammad Ali was a great speaker, you know, and but he gave us some knowledge to talk about. As I said, we didn't have nothing to talk about, which is why most of my people don't have nothing to talk about.
What was your first exposure to Elijah Muhammad?
Oh, this is going back. Y'all probably weren't even born. Back in 1966, I was dealing with SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and I was dealing in different organizations, the Panthers. I was checking out things. I was trying to find myself because that was an exciting time. You know, the black people were finding out we were black, and we were wearing our hair certain ways and dressing in certain colors and certain styles. And so I was out there too, trying to find myself because I had always been a creative person. And I had started going around checking out different things. And then one day, a sister, a friend of mine, invited me to the temple. And so when I went in there, the first thing I saw was just all of them big fine brothers sitting there, the FOI, the Fruit of Islam. And I saw all of them. And I listened to the minister there, who was the minister, David Bacha, here in Cincinnati, number 5. That's where I came in. And it just rang in my head, in my ear. I said, oh, yeah, that's it. Right. And I found myself agreeing with the information he was teaching about, even though I was not a Muslim then, you know. And that's how I met the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
What was the backlash like? Because in that environment, it's Christian-minded people. Christianity is the dominant ideology. So how did people respond to you when you said you were interested or joining the Nation of Islam?
Well, at that time, you know, one of the things that white people in their media has been able to do is to make us resistant to resistance. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want anything different. We want to hold on to what we have. And we tend to believe that the white people lied to us about everything but God. But they lied about that too. They lied about everything in order to control us and keep us subservient to them. And so I didn't have as much problem, believe it or not, about saying that I'm into Islam, I'm involved with that, as I did about announcing to everybody that I wasn't eating pork no more. That was the problem. Okay, you can stop doing anything, but once you start telling some other Negroes you don't eat hog no more, you're going to have a real problem, because we have been taught to be addicted to that. We think eating pork is part of our cultural background. That's why we serve it at barbecues, and we make eating chitlins a big festival and all kind of nonsense. We don't even know that there's a difference between pork and ham. We think that it's two different things. And it's not, but this is the confusion. And I remember Arnie Elijah Muhammad teaching once that if you didn't buy it, they'd give it to you free. And they're doing that today. They're giving it to all the people in the shelters, all of the people that go to the pantries. They're giving it away free. And I said, look at that. They're doing exactly what he taught. And so that was where my problem came from. And of course, my mother was a great Christian. And then I had met a wonderful, beautiful brother who ended up being my mentor and teacher, Brother Solomon Ali, who was my first husband. And he was teaching me. We don't have, actually, contrary to what people say, we don't have no women and no men different teachings in regard to the studies of Islam. Okay, not behavior, but in regard to the studies of Islam. And so he was teaching me that day and night. That's true. And I was getting it. I was getting it. And my mother didn't like him, of course, because he had brought me a new idea, And he and my father got along. It's interesting.
Was your father deep in Christianity like your mother?
he wasn't really into anything that I ever saw him kind of do in that way, but he was interested in Islam, and then he died.
I have one more person I want to speak about that history seems to have forgotten about, Noble Drew Ali. Can you share some of the great things in his influence on the Nation of Islam?
I don't know what kind of influence he had on it. A lot of the brothers back then were in the Savior's class, and so a lot of them heard information. Dad of Grace, a lot of different people, you know, were listening to what he taught, because the teachings that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad brought us are called the supreme wisdom, because there's nothing over that. You know, I've sat in the room with doctors and lawyers and PhDs and everything you can imagine, but I can hold my own. I don't have a doctorate. I don't have a law degree. I don't have a PhD. But I have what he told us was the supreme wisdom, so I'm able to dialogue with them and surpass the little knowledge that they have, because most of the knowledge that we have comes from out of the white man's head and out of his books. Okay?
What were some of the books you guys were reading back then?
That we were reading back then?
Yeah.
We read Message to the Black Man, but prior to that, we just had information of where the messenger had written in newspapers, or you'd go to a temple and hear that local minister teach and so forth. But other than the Quran, I don't remember any other books that he gave us to read. He told us about books. Oh, there are hundreds and thousands of different books. And he told us about books that were in the Library of Congress, that many of us that we needed to read and so forth. But I don't know anybody who ever did that, but we did get our information from him. And then, of course, after Message to the Black Man came out, then we were really able, you know, to have it all in one place where we could study that.
How big was it when that book came out?
Sir?
How big was it when that book came out?
How big was the book?
No, how big was it in regards to the response of the people?
Oh, please.
It's still changing lives to this day, you know?
Huge. And then, of course, we had How to Eat to Live, Book 1 and Book 2, The Fall of America, which I recommend everyone in America read, The Fall of America. And Our Savior Has Arrived, you know. And every year at Savior's Day, he would give everyone a free book, one of his books.
That's wild. I didn't know they gave out free books.
As a souvenir. And he would bless us with that. And it wasn't as exorbitant as things are now. When you go to Savior's Day, you got to have thousands of dollars almost, you know, because times have changed, and the people that's pimping Islam is asking for more money. A lot of the things that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught back then were rejected, mocked, and ridiculed. Okay? He taught us about fasting. So what are they recommending that people do today? Fast. What are they recommending? Stop eating so much. Eat one meal a day. Okay? Don't eat meat. Okay? And he had the same problem with the schools. You know, he was jailed by the enemy because he would refuse to send his children to the white people's public schools, which has destroyed our children. We the only people on the earth who send their children to the enemy to educate them. That hasn't worked for us or for our children. And so he said that the children need to be boys and girls in separate classes. He said they need to wear uniforms. Yeah, yes. He said, and they need to be homeschooled. Those are the three most popular things in America today. That's what people are doing. They're turning more and more to homeschooling. It's actually more now, they're saying, than in the public schools, because the public education has failed. The purpose of education is to civilize a people. But if you are not taught the principles that teach you and guide you into civilization, it's just another process that they use to keep a job and insurance and everything for their families, because it has not benefited us. And in the past 20 years, it's gotten worse and worse and so forth. But all of the things that he has taught about have come around to be what makes the most sense, scientifically proven to be effective, has been his teachings. People are doing it now, but they don't give him credit. The only reason the Honorable Elijah Muhammad never got the credit and the recognition and the belief that he deserved is because he taught that the white man is a devil. So that meant that the white woman was too. And black men and black women were not going to accept that part. Oh, they might have stopped smoking. They might have stopped eating pork. But when you start talking about you got to stay away from the enemy and do something for yourself, nobody wanted that. And that's even similar to today. Well, everybody knows that I'm a believer in the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not Minister Farrakhan, not any of those other people out there that's trying to give their idea and who have changed his teachings. When he had told us explicitly, if Allah should take me and I should die, that does not mean that what I have taught you is false. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. All right. But many of our people, as I said, all that adoration and clapping and applause and jumping up, you have to be very careful with that, because it is such an ego boost and it is such a thrill that you start to really believing, boy, I must be great. I am great. Okay? And you can't take that for yourself. Minister Farrakhan shouldn't have took it for himself, because it didn't belong to him to go in and start changing the teachings around based on his limited understanding of what the messenger taught. Okay, so that was wrong to do that. And so as a result of that, we do have Muslims in America today, but the Muslims are not known for a certain kind of progress. They're known for dressing a certain way, or selling a bean pie, or wearing a bow tie, and attending a temple and doing things like that. But the principles that he taught us about raising our children, He had the only religion that taught you something about raising your children. All the other religions just teach you about Jesus. And they teach you about whatever their concept is about a supreme being. But they don't teach you how to rear your children. They don't teach you how to eat in your home. See, the messenger didn't give us a religion. He gave us a way of life. It has been the most wonderful thing for me. I am into the 4th generation. I have a great-grandson that's 2.5, and he say, Assalamu alaikum. Okay? So, I believe this. A mother will not teach her child something she does not believe. All right? So that's why a lot of our children are running wild, because you can get into certain religions, even the Arab religion in the East, you can get into those, and they'll give you a lot of different activities, rituals, costumes. They give you all of that. But they don't work as hard to make you straighten yourself up. The messenger said, the temple I'm asking you to clean up and make ready is your own, yourself.
And the
see, now you done got me started.
No.
That's not what I...
No, the thing though, another aspect too, I think why people wouldn't want to go there is a thing called accountability. You're asked to do something with yourself and improve, compared to Christianity where you're looking outside of yourself for someone to do something for you. So I think that's another reason it kind of deterred people from the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, because there's accountability.
Oh, of course, that's what I had said earlier. We don't want to have to deal with self. We are so sensitive because we too, all of us, have low self-esteem. The greatness of you has been repressed. The entire history we've been here. And I say all the time, it took us 500 or 600 years to get in this condition. It might take us 500 or 600 more to get out, if the civilization lasts that long, and that's debatable too. But we have been taught to be dependent. He is the only one that taught us that profit was better than wages. You can't get rich working by the hour. You can sustain yourself, but that system is one designed to have you go and work for the enemy, get paid for it, and then give it right back to him. There's no stop in between that for you to do something for yourself, even though we think getting clothes and a car and a house or something is doing something for ourselves. But that's very limited, that's very small, and it does not allow us to benefit from the greatness that we have and the creativity and the knowledge and just the pure goodness and righteousness that we have in us that has been camouflaged by the nonsense that the enemy has taught us. And so now everybody on earth think we a fool.
What is required at the individual, family, and community level for Black Americans to eradicate the racial wealth gap that is prevalent in the U.S. and hence improve their health and social outcomes?
Nothing. There's nothing we can do about their condition. We can't even do nothing about our condition. We say that as Black women that we know how to raise a son. We can raise a boy. We can maintain him and grow him up and feed him and all of that. But we can't make no man. Look at our girls, and they just like us. We all females, and look at their condition. We can't make them, not with the same information that's out there. We need our men to start taking more charge of how their daughters are dressing, starting from a little girl. We need to start having a better diet. We need to figure out how to eat better so that we don't keep reproducing people who have those basic diseases, the high blood pressure and the diabetes. These things are killing us. Heart trouble, all of those things. That would change if we had a different diet, not a different medicine, just a different diet. And it's very difficult because they have so much food out here, but it's more chemical now. The food is not getting better. We need to be learning how to cook, how to prepare, grow at least one vegetable in a bucket. See, the further away you are away from your food source, the less important it seems to be to you. And those are the first people that get caught up in a famine because they don't have any food. We don't even know how to get food. I had my nephew once. I had my grandson and my nephew outside on the porch shucking corn because I used to always try to keep them involved with the food process. And Hassan, my grandson, once said, "Where did this corn come from, Grandma?" And before I could answer, Ramses said, "Well, you talking about? Corn come out of can. I was so hurt. He wasn't in my household though, so Hassan, Ramses lived with some Christians, his mom and dad, and he said, "Corn come out of can." I said, "Wait a minute," and then I had to go through. Boy, that opened up a lesson. Oh, we dealt with that from the grocery store to the ground to us growing stuff in the backyard, which I had done, before. But yeah, he was 14. He wasn't 3. So many of our children don't. And then I once went into some chicken place, and the girl was in there. I said, "Okay, we're gonna get 2 wings and a leg." And she kept taking the chicken and turning it over, different pieces. I said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I wanted the crispy, what we eat." I said, what's the problem? She said, "I get mixed up. I don't know which is which." This is how it is out here. So you have to go around this country to really see if you've been out here. Once you get out of your shell at your house and your little neighborhood and see the condition that exists out here in America of our people. It's people living out here who still don't have a toilet. Black people don't have an indoor toilet. Some of them don't have a toilet at all. So as I said, we have not made. A nation is judged by its worst examples. Based on that, we have not made the progress we think we have. And we're embarrassed of each other now. We see you out there looking bad, doing bad. Ooh, that embarrasses me. This is how they have taught us to be. We got class distinction among the lowest class in the country. It's just a terrible thing. But it's going to take some work. We're going to end up with forced unity. Okay? This not getting along, breaking up all the time, that's a luxury. That's going to end. A lot of things are going to change within the next 10 years. The enemy has never had a civilization that lasted over 200 and some odd years. We're past
that a long time.
Yeah, so, something is coming. I'm here to tell you, that things are going to start happening that we ain't going to have any control over. So it's best that what we do now is, I was telling somebody too about the food shortage. And I said, we're going to reach at the point where there's going to be a famine and a food shortage here in America. And I say, so what will you do? You're not putting up any food or anything. You're not saving no cans, no buckets, no nothing. And this is a brother. He said, well, if there'll be a food shortage, I'll just call down and have them raise my food stamps. See, we don't even make no sense. We just do, this was an adult. We don't really even understand basic things about survival because they made us dependent, total dependence. And the only thing we can hold on to is, as I said, we are going to be the winner. It may not look like it, but that's how it always looks for people in that,
And where did the courage come from initially to step out and do the work that you did? Because you were getting a crazy fight
at first.
90s. Yeah, like a crazy fight. Yeah. And where did the courage come from to continue, not be discouraged?
You don't see it like that. I didn't see it like that. Somebody asked me once, how does it feel to be up on stage in front of all those people or whatever? I say it feels natural. It feels like this is how it should be. And that's how you know there'd be something in you. That God didn't send me. I sent me. Okay? I ain't saying that God do not need that, no help. History is going to play out. Okay?
Well, you heard it for yourself. My sister, under the same teaching, SPWD Speed. What can we say? Huh? Let me cure it up just a little bit. Well, just like I said, you heard it for yourself. Sometimes people before themselves. Sometimes people right on time. Sometimes you don't understand people. What I can tell you, separate the religion from the man, Elijah Muhammad, was way before its time. Think I'm lying. Look at some of the names that the football player, basketball player, and athletes have, and just people in general. You can see the influence. And just like she said, even though you don't care about me, you understand truth when you hear it. And the only time you try to convince somebody that you don't understand, you don't want to be accountable of changing self. And as long as you can reach outside yourself and say you can be forgiven and you can keep doing the things you want to do, you end up with results that we have in 2024. Yeah, I was thinking about you about a month ago, and I sent you an email, Mr. Collins. Old school. This stuff could be mind-wrecking, burning up brain cells and everything else. Somebody got to do the job on both sides, men and women. That's the way I look at it. I don't see anything more important to do. Now, I could just sit down and go and relax and just enjoy life doing nothing. But as a great mind said one time, a lion never retire until he die. I guess that's gonna be me. Yeah, I'm still in California. I'm stuck a little bit, but it's gonna happen when it's supposed to happen, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
And Larry say, well, his name got to be Larry. Then Magic say, no, Johnson, Larry Johnson, Larry Johnson. And
That's
I raise
hard.
up.
That shit was hard,
And I
right?
raise up.
That's a big miss.
And the commercial goes off. Larry Johnson, Larry
That's
Johnson,
hard.
Larry Johnson.
That's
And I
hard.
raise up, and that's the end of the commercial, right?
Ooh, that would have been cold. Sign me up, goddammit.
That's crazy.
They gave me $1 million signing bonus. Month later, I bought my mom house with $1 million, so the $1 million gone. So season starts. They come to me, you ready for the commercial? Yeah, I'm ready, man. The fellas ready? And another something to that story is, one of them didn't want to do it. When I got to the set to do the commercial, now they ain't telling me nothing. I got to the set to do the commercial and I walked into my trade big time program, you know, like in the
LA?
movies. Everybody got a
Hollywood?
Yes, everybody got a trailer. Oh, this is my trailer. And I see a dress, a wig. I see all this in the corner. I said, They said the first commercial is, we're gonna put you on a gurney, we're gonna cover you up, and nobody can see you. They said it's gonna be 2 doctors. One gonna be Magic Johnson, and the other doctor gonna be Larry Bird. And at the time, if you can't remember, they both was in Converse. One doctor Larry Bird, one doctor Magic Johnson, and they going, scalpel, this, that. And they saying, we finished. And they say the perfect basketball player. And then one of them say, well, we gotta name him. And Larry say, well, his name gotta be Larry. Then Magic say, no, Johnson, Larry Johnson, Larry Johnson. And
That's
I raise
hard.
up.
That shit was hard,
And I
right?
raise up,
That's a big miss.
and the commercial goes off. Larry Johnson, Larry
That's
Johnson,
hard.
Larry Johnson.
That's
And I
hard.
raise up, and that's the end of the commercial, right?
Ooh, that would have been cold. Sign me up, goddammit.
That's crazy.
They gave me $1 million signing bonus. Month later, I bought my mom house with $1 million, so the $1 million gone. So season starts. They come to me, you ready for the commercial? Yeah, I'm ready, man. The fellas ready? And another something to that story is, one of them didn't want to do it. When I got to the set to do the commercial, now they ain't telling me nothing. I got to the set to do the commercial and I walked into my trade big time program, you know, like in the
LA?
movies. Everybody got a
Hollywood?
Yes, everybody got a trailer. Oh, this is my trailer. And I see a dress, a wig. I see all this in the corner. I said, where's my wardrobe at? Because I ain't bring nothing. They say, you ain't got to bring nothing. And that's all I see hanging up. 2 or 3 dresses, some wigs. I said, come on, man. And they came, they said, Larry, they pitched this one to me. They pitched this one to me. Now I done signed $1 million and done
Money
million
gone. Money gone.
I said, what happened to the commercial with me and Magic and Larry? He said one of them didn't want to do it.
One of them didn't want to do it.
Wrong.
No. I never knew which one didn't want to do it. I never knew which one of them didn't want to do it. Larry loved me. Larry loved me. I never knew which one didn't want to do it. Larry loved me. No, y'all getting what I'm saying, right?
Mr. Moderator, Reverend Cleveland, brothers and sisters, and friends, and I see some enemies. In fact, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we had an audience this large and didn't realize that there were some enemies present. This afternoon, we want to talk about the ballot or the bullet. The ballot or the bullet explains itself. But before we get into it, since this is the year of the ballot or the bullet, I would like to clarify some things that refer to me personally concerning my own personal position. I'm still a Muslim. That is, my religion is still Islam. My religion is still Islam. I still credit Mr. Muhammad for what I know and what I am. He's the one who opened my eyes. And at present, I'm the minister of the newly founded Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which has its offices in the Teresa Hotel right in the heart of Harlem. That's the Black Belt in New York City. And when we realize that Adam Clayton Powell is a Christian minister, he has the Abyssinia Baptist Church, but at the same time he's more famous for his political struggling. And Dr. King is a Christian minister from Atlanta, Georgia, but he's become more famous for being involved in the civil rights struggle. There's another in New York, Reverend Galamison. I don't know if you've heard of him out here. He's a Christian minister from Brooklyn, but has become famous for his fight against the segregated school system in Brooklyn. Reverend Cleveland, right here, is a Christian minister here in Detroit. He's the head of the Freedom Now Party. All of these are Christian ministers. All of these are Christian ministers, but they don't come to us as Christian ministers. They come to us as fighters in some other category. I'm a Muslim minister. The same as they are Christian ministers, I'm a Muslim minister. And I don't believe in fighting today in any one front, but on all fronts. In fact, I'm a black nationalist freedom fighter. Islam is my religion, but I believe my religion is my personal business. It governs my personal life, my personal morals, and my religious philosophy is personal between me and the God in whom I believe, just as the religious philosophy of these others is between them and the God in whom they believe. And this is best this way. Were we to come out here discussing religion, we'd have too many differences from the outstart, and we could never get together. So today, though Islam is my religious philosophy, my political, economic, and social philosophy is black nationalism. You and I... As I say, if we bring up religion, we'll have differences, we'll have arguments, we'll never be able to get together. But if we keep our religion at home, keep our religion in the closet, keep our religion between ourselves and our God, but when we come out here, we have a fight that's common to all of us against the enemy who is common to all of us. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that the black man should control the politics and the politicians in his own community. The time when white people can come in our community and get us to vote for them so that they can be our political leaders and tell us what to do and what not to do is long gone. By the same token, the time when that same white man, knowing that your eyes are too far open, can send another Negro into the community, get you and me to support him so he can use him to lead us astray, those days are long gone. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that if you and I are going to live in a black community, and that's where we're going to live, because as soon as you move into as soon as you move out of the black community into their community, it's mixed for a period of time, but they're gone, and you're right there all by yourself. We must understand the politics of our community, and we must know what politics is supposed to produce. We must know what part politics play in our lives. And until we become politically mature, we will always be misled, led astray, or deceived or maneuvered into supporting someone politically who doesn't have the good of our community at heart. So the political philosophy of black nationalism only means that we will have to carry on a political program of re-education, to open our people's eyes, make us become more politically conscious, politically mature. And then we will, whenever we get ready to cast our ballot, that ballot will be cast for a man of the community who has the good of the community at heart. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should own and operate and control the economy of our community. You would never find, you can't open up a black store in a white community. White man won't even patronize you. And he's not wrong. He got sense enough to look out for himself. And it's you who don't have sense enough to look out for yourself. The white man is too intelligent to let someone else come and gain control of the economy of his community. But you will let anybody come in and control the economy of your community. Control the housing, control the education, control the jobs, control the businesses under the pretext that you want to integrate. No, you're out of your mind. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we have to become involved in a program of re-education to educate our people into the importance of knowing that when you spend your dollar out of the community in which you live, the community in which you spend your money becomes richer and richer. The community out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And because these Negroes who have been misled, misguided, are breaking their necks to take their money and spend it with the man. The man is becoming richer and richer, and you're becoming poorer and poorer. And then what happens? The community in which you live becomes a slum. It becomes a ghetto. The conditions become run down. And then you have the audacity to complain about poor housing in a run-down community. Why, you run it down yourself when you take your dollar out. And you and I are in a double trap, because not only do we lose by taking our money someplace else and spending it, when we try and spend it in our own community, we're trapped because we haven't had sense enough to set up stores and control the businesses of our community. The man who's controlling the stores in our community is a man who doesn't look like we do. He's a man who doesn't even live in the community. So you and I, even when we try and spend our money in the block where we live or the area where we live, we're spending it with a man who, when the sun goes down, takes that basket full of money in another part of the town. So we're trapped. trapped, double trapped, triple trapped. Anywhere we go, we find that we're trapped. And every kind of solution that someone comes up with is just another trap. But the political and economic philosophy of black nationalism, the economic philosophy of black nationalism shows our people the importance of setting up these little stores and developing them and expanding them into larger operations. Woolworth didn't start out big like they are today. They started out with a dime store and expanded and expanded and expanded until today they're all over the country and all over the world, and they're getting some of everybody's money. Now this, what you and I in General Motors, the same way, didn't start out like it is. It started out just a little rat race type operation, and it expanded and expanded until today is where it is right now. And you and I have to make a start, and the best place to start is right in the community where we live. So our people not only have to be re-educated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully, boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else, trying to beg him for a job. Anytime you have to rely upon your enemy for a job, you're in bad shape. And he is your enemy. Anytime, you wouldn't be in this country if some enemy hadn't kidnapped you and brought you here. On the other hand, some of you think you came here on the Mayflower. So as you can see, brothers and sisters, today, this afternoon, it's not our intention to discuss religion. We're going to forget religion. If we bring up religion, we'll be in an argument. And the best way to keep away from arguments and differences, as I said earlier, put your religion at home, in the closet. Keep it between you and your God. Because if it hasn't done anything more for you than it has, you need to forget it anyway. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't hang you because you're a Baptist, they hang you because you're black. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim, they attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy. We're all in the same bag, in the same boat. We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century, 1964, and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed. This is part of what's wrong with you. You do too much singing. Today it's time to stop singing and start swinging. You can't sing up on freedom, but you can swing up on some freedom. Clay can sing, but singing didn't help him to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Swinging helped him. So this government has failed us. The government itself has failed us. And the white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. And once we see that all these other sources to which we've turned have failed, we stop turning to them and turn to ourselves. We need a self-help program. Do it yourself philosophy. Do it right now philosophy. It's already too late philosophy. This is what you and I need to get with. And the only way we're going to solve our problem is with a self-help program. Before we can get a self-help program started, we have to have a self-help philosophy. Black nationalism is a self-help philosophy. What's so good about it, you can stay right in the church where you are and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can stay in any kind of civic organization that you belong to and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can be an atheist and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. This is a philosophy that eliminates the necessity for division and argument. Because if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late day, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down action. They'll have you sitting in everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. Then right there, castrates you. Right there, it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old man can sit. A chump can sit. A coward can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism that to bring about the freedom of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country where we have suffered colonialism for the past 400 years. America is just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it. What do you call second-class citizenship? Why, that's colonization. Second-class citizenship is nothing but 20th century slavery. How are you going to tell me you're a second-class citizen? They don't have second-class citizenship in any other government on this earth. They just have slaves and people who are free. Well, this country is a hypocrite. They try and make you think they set you free by calling you a second-class citizen. No, you're nothing but a 20th century slave. Just as it took nationalism to remove colonialism from Asia and Africa, it'll take black nationalism today to remove colonialism from the backs and the minds of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country. And 1964 looks like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet. Why does it look like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet? Because Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They've become disenchanted. They've become disillusioned. they've become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent. Whenever you got a racial powder keg sitting in your lap, you're in more trouble than if you had an atomic powder keg sitting in your lap. When a racial powder keg goes off, it doesn't care who it knocks out the way. Understand this, it's dangerous. And in 1964, this seems to be the year. Because what can the white man use now to fool us? After he put down that march on Washington, and you see all through that now, he tricked you, had you marching down to Washington. Yes, had you marching back and forth between the feet of a dead man named Lincoln and another dead man named George Washington, singing "We Shall Overcome." He made a chump out of him. He made a fool out of him. He made you think you were going somewhere and you end up going nowhere but between Lincoln and Washington. So today our people are disillusioned. They've become disenchanted. They've become dissatisfied. And in their frustrations they want action. You'll see this young black man, this new generation, asking for the vote ballot or the vote. That old Uncle Tom action is outdated. The young generation don't want to hear anything about the odds are against us. What do we care about odds? When this country here was first being founded, there were 13 colonies. The whites were colonized. They were fed up with this taxation without representation. So some of them stood up and said, liberty or death. Though I went to a white school over here in Mason, Michigan, the white man made the mistake of letting me read his history books. He made the mistake of teaching me that Patrick Henry was a patriot and George Washington wasn't nothing nonviolent about old Pat or George Washington. Liberty or death was what brought about the freedom of whites in this country from the English. They didn't care about the arts. Why, they faced the wrath of the entire British Empire. And in those days they used to say that the British Empire was so vast and so powerful when the sun would never set on it. This is how big it was. Yet these 13 little scrawny states, tired of taxation without representation, tired of being exploited and oppressed and degraded, told that big British Empire, liberty or death. And here you have 22 million Afro-American black people today catching more hell than Patrick Henry ever saw. And I'm here to tell you, in case you don't know it, that you got a new generation of black people in this country who don't care anything whatsoever about ours. They don't want to hear you old Uncle Tom handkerchief head talking about the ours. No. This is a new generation. If they're going to drag these young black men and send them over to Korea or South Vietnam to face 800 million Chinese. If you're not afraid of those odds, you shouldn't be afraid of these odds. Why does this loom to be such an explosive political year? Because this is the year of politics. This is the year when all of the white politicians are going to come into the Negro community. You never see them until election time. You can't blame them until election time. They're going to come in with false promises. And as they make these false promises, they're going to feed our frustrations. And this will only serve to make matters worse. I'm no politician. I'm not even a student of politics. I'm not a Republican, nor a Democrat, nor an American, and got sense enough to know it. I'm one of the 22 million black victims of the Democrats. One of the 22 million black victims of the Republicans, and one of the 22 million black victims of Americanism. And when I speak, I don't speak as a Democrat or a Republican. I speak as a victim of America's so-called democracy. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. When we open our eyes today and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it. If you go to jail, so what? If you're black, you were born in jail. If you black, you were born in jail. In the North as well as the South. Stop talking about the South. Long as you south of the Canadian border, you're south. Don't call Governor Wallace a Dixie governor. Romney is a Dixie governor. $22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who go to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you. And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you backed controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you because you're a chump.
Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. And what kind of alibi do they come up with? They try and pass the buck to the Dixiecrats. Now, back during the days when you were blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, politically immature, naturally you went along with that. But today, as your eyes come open and you develop political maturity, you're able to see and think for yourself. And you can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise. You look at the structure of the government that controls this country. It's controlled by 16 senatorial committees and 20 congressional committees. Of the 16 senatorial committees that run the government, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. Today are in the hands of a government of segregationists, racists, white supremacists, who belong to the Democratic Party but disguise themselves as Dixiecrats. A Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat. Whoever runs the Democrats is also the father of the Dixiecrats, and the father of all of them is sitting in the White House. Say it again. You got a president who's nothing but a Southern segregationist. From the state of Texas. They'll lynch you in Texas as quick as they'll lynch you in Mississippi. Only in Texas, they lynch you with a Texas accent. In Mississippi, they lynch you with a Mississippi accent. And the first thing the cracker does when he comes in power, he takes all the Negro leaders and invites them for coffee to show that he's all right. And those Uncle Toms can't pass up the coffee. They come away from the coffee table telling you and me that this man is all right because he's from the South. And since he's from the South, he can deal with the South. And look at the logic that they're using. What about Eastland? He's from the South. Make him the president. If Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable, if Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable him to deal with the South, Eastland can deal with the South better than Johnson. Oh, I say, you've been misled. You've been had. You've been took. In Washington a couple of weeks ago while the senators were filibustering, and I noticed in the back of the Senate a huge map, and on this map it showed the distribution of Negroes in America. And surprisingly, the same senators that were involved in the filibuster were from the states where there were the most Negroes. Why were they filibustering the civil rights legislation? Because the civil rights legislation is supposed to guarantee voting rights to Negroes in those states. And those senators from those states know that if the Negroes in those states can vote, those senators are down the drain. The representatives of those states go down the drain. And in the Constitution of this country, it has a stipulation wherein whenever the voting rights of people in a certain district are violated, then the representative who's from that particular district, according to the Constitution, is supposed to be expelled from the Congress. Now, if this particular aspect of the Constitution was enforced, why, you wouldn't have a cracker in Washington, D.C. But what would happen when you expel the Dixiecrat? You're expelling the Democrat. When you destroy the power of the Dixiecrat, you're destroying the power of the Democratic Party. So how in the world can the Democratic Party in the South actually side with you in sincerity when all of its power is based in the South? These Northern Democrats are in cahoots with the Southern Democrats. They're playing a giant con game, a political con game. You know how it goes. One of them comes to you and make believe he's for you, and he's in cahoots with the other one that's not for you. Why? Because neither one of them is for you. But they got to make you go with one of them or the other. So this is a con game, and this is what they've been doing with you and me all these years. First thing Johnson got off the plane when he became president, he asked, "Where's Dickie?" You know who Dickie is? Dickie is old Southern cracker Richard Russell. Look here. Yes. Lyndon B. Johnson's best friend is the one who is who's heading the forces that are filibustering civil rights legislation. You tell me, how in the hell is he going to be Johnson's best friend? Can Johnson be his friend and your friend too? No, that man is too tricky. Especially if his friend is still old Dickie. Whenever the Negroes keep the Democrats in power, they're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. This is true. A vote for a Democrat is nothing but a vote for a Dixiecrat. I know you don't like me saying that, but the kind of person who come here to say what you like. I'm going to tell you the truth whether you like it or not. Up here in the North, you have the same thing. The Democratic Party don't do it. They don't do it that way. They got a thing that they call gerrymandering. They maneuver you out of power. Even though you can vote, they fix it so you're voting for nobody. They got you going and coming. In the South, they're outright political wolves. In the North, they're political foxes. Now, a fox and a wolf are both canine. Both belong to the dog family. Now, you take your choice. You're going to choose a northern dog or a southern dog. Because either dog you choose, I guarantee you'll still be in the doghouse. This is why I say it's the ballot or the bullet. It's liberty or it's death. Freedom for everybody or freedom for nobody. America today finds herself in a unique situation. Historically, revolutions are bloody. Oh, yes, they are. They have never had a bloodless revolution or a nonviolent revolution. That don't happen even in Hollywood. You don't have a revolution in which you love your enemy. And you don't have a revolution in which you are begging the system of exploitation to integrate you into it. Revolutions overturn systems. Revolutions destroy systems. A revolution is bloody. But America is in a unique position. She's the only country in history in a position actually to become involved in a bloodless revolution. The Russian Revolution was bloody. Chinese Revolution was bloody. French Revolution was bloody. Cuban Revolution was bloody. And there was nothing more bloody than the American Revolution. But today, this country can become involved in a revolution that won't take bloodshed. All she's got to do is give the black man in this country everything he's doing. Everything. I hope that the white man can see this. Because if you don't see it, you're finished. If you don't see it, you're going to become involved in some action in which you don't have a chance. And we don't care anything about your atomic bomb. It's useless. Because other countries have atomic bombs. When 2 or 3 different countries have atomic bombs, nobody can use it. So it means that the white man today is without a weapon. If you want some action, you got to come on down to earth. And there's more black people on earth than there are white people on earth. I only got a couple more minutes. The white man can never win another war on the ground. His days of war victory, his days of background victory are over. Can I prove it? Yes. Take all the action that's going on this earth right now that he's involved in. Tell me where he's winning. Nowhere. Why, some rice farmers, some rice eaters ran him out of Korea. Yes, they ran him out of Korea. Rice eaters with nothing but gym shoes and a rifle and a bowl of rice. Took him and his tanks and his napalm and all that other action he's supposed to have and ran him across the Yalu. Why? Because the day that he can win on the ground is past. Up in French Indochina, those little peasants, rice growers, took on the might of the French army and ran all the Frenchmen. You remember Dien Bien Phu? No! The same thing happened in Algeria, in Africa. They didn't have anything but a rifle. The French had all these highly mechanized instruments of warfare. But they put some guerrilla action on. And a white man can't fight a guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla action takes heart, takes nerve, and he doesn't have that. He's brave when he's got tanks. He's brave when he's got planes. He's brave when he's got bombs. He's brave when he got a whole lot of company along with him. But you take that little man from Africa and Asia, turn him loose in the woods with a blade. That's all he needs. All he needs is a blade. And when the sun comes down, goes down, and it's dark, it's even Steven. It's the ballot or the bullet. Today our people can see that we're faced with a government conspiracy. This government has failed us. The senators who are filibustering concerning your and my rights, that's the government. Don't say it's Southern senators, this is the government. This is the government filibuster. It's not a segregationist filibuster. It's a government filibuster. Any kind of activity that takes place on the floor of the Congress or the Senate, that's the government. Any kind of dilly-dallying, that's the government. Any kind of pussyfooting, that's the government. Any kind of act that's designed to delay or deprive you and me right now of getting full rights, that's the government that's responsible. And anytime you find the government involved in a conspiracy to violate the citizenship or the civil rights of a people, then you are wasting your time going to that government expecting redress. Instead, you have to take that government to the world court and accuse it of genocide and all of the other crimes that it is guilty of today. So those of us whose political and economic and social philosophy is black nationalism have become involved in the civil rights struggle. We have injected ourselves into the civil rights struggle, and we intend to expand it from the level of civil rights to the level of human rights. As long as you fight it on the level of civil rights, you're under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction. You're going to his court expecting him to correct the problem. He created the problem. He's the criminal. You don't take your case to the criminal, you take your criminal to court. when the government of South Africa began to trample upon the human rights of the people of South Africa, they were taken to the UN. When the government of Portugal began to trample upon the rights of our brothers and sisters in Angola, it was taken before the UN. Why, even the white man took the Hungarian question to the UN, and just this week, Chief Justice Goldberg was crying over 3 million Jews in Russia about their human rights, charging Russia with violating the UN Charter because of its mistreatment of the human rights of Jews in Russia. Now you tell me, how can the plight of everybody on this earth reach the halls of the United Nations, and you have 22 million Afro-Americans whose churches are being bombed, whose little girls are being murdered, whose leaders are being shot down in broad daylight? Now you tell me why the leaders of this struggle have never taken it before the United Nations. So our next move is to take the entire civil rights struggle problem into the United Nations. And let the world see that Uncle Sam is guilty of violating the human rights of 22 million Afro-Americans, and still has the audacity or the nerve to stand up and represent himself as the leader of the free world. Not only is he a crook, he's a hypocrite. Here he is standing up in front of other people, Uncle Sam, with the blood of your and my mothers and fathers on his hands, with the blood dripping down his jaws like a bloody-jawed wolf, and still got the nerve to point his finger at other countries. You can't even get civil rights legislation. And this man has got the nerve to stand up and talk about South Africa, or talk about Nazi Germany, or talk about Portugal. No more days like those. So I say in my conclusion, the only way we're going to solve it, we got to unite in unity and harmony. And black nationalism is the key. How are we going to overcome the tendency to be at each other's throats that always exists in our neighborhood? And the reason this tendency exists, the strategy of the white man has always been divide and conquer. He keeps us divided in order to conquer us. He tells you, I'm for separation and you for integration, and keep us fighting with each other. No, I'm not for separation and you're not for integration. What you and I are for is freedom. Only you think that integration will get you freedom. I think separation will get me freedom. We both got the same objective. We just got different ways of getting at it. So I studied this man, Billy Graham, who preaches white nationalism. That's what he preaches. I say that's what he preaches. The whole church structure in this country is white nationalism. You go inside a white church, that's what they're preaching, white nationalism. They got Jesus white, Mary white, God white, everybody white. That's white nationalism. So what he does, the way he circumvents the jealousy and envy that he ordinarily would incur among the heads of the church. Whenever you go into an area where the church already is, you're going to run into trouble. Because they got that thing, what you call it, syndicated. So they got a syndicate just like the racketeers have. I'm going to say what's on my mind because the preachers already proved to you that they got a syndicate. And when you're out in the rackets, whenever you're getting in another man's territory, you know, they gang up on you. And that's the same way with you. You run into the same thing. So how Billy Graham gets around that, instead of going into somebody else's territory like he's going to start a new church, he doesn't try and start a church. He just goes in preaching Christ. And he says, everybody who believes in him, you go wherever you find him. So this helps all the churches, and so since it helps all the churches, they don't fight him. Well, we're going to do the same thing, only our gospel is black nationalism. His gospel is white nationalism. Our gospel is black nationalism. And the gospel of black nationalism, as I told you, means you should control the politics of your community, the economy of your community, and all of the society in which you live should be under your control. And once you feel that this philosophy will solve your problem, go join any church where that's preached. Don't join a church where white nationalism is preached. Now you can go to a Negro church and be exposed to white nationalism. But when you walk in a Negro church and a white Mary and some white angels, that Negro church is preaching white nationalism. When you go to a church and you see the pastor of that church with a philosophy and a program that's designed to bring black people together and elevate black people, join that church. Join that church. If you see where the NAACP is preaching and practicing that which is designed to make black nationalism materialize, join NAACP. Join any kind of organization, civic, religious, fraternal, political, or otherwise, that's based on lifting the black man up and making him master of his own community. It'll be the ballot, or it'll be the vote. It'll be liberty, or it'll be death. And if you're not ready to pay that price, don't use the word freedom in your vocabulary. One more thing. I was on a program in Illinois recently with Senator Paul Douglas, a so-called liberal, so-called Democrat, so-called white man. At which time he told me that our African brothers were not interested in us in Africa. He says the Africans aren't interested in the American Negro. I knew he was lying. But during the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's my intention and plan to make a tour of our African homeland. And I hope that when I come back, I'll be able to come back and let you know how our African brothers and sisters feel toward us. And I know before I go there that they love us. We're one. We're the same. The same man who has colonized them all these years colonized you and me too. All these years. And all we have to do now is wake up and work in unity and harmony, and the battle will be over. I want to thank the Freedom Now Party and the Goal. I want to thank Milton and Richard Henry for inviting me here this afternoon, and also Reverend Clegg. And I want them to know that anything that I can ever do at any time to work with anybody in any kind of program that is sincerely designed to eliminate the political, the economic, and the social evils that confront all of our people in Detroit and elsewhere, all they got to do is give me a telephone call and I'll be on the next jet right on into the city.